Thursday, out of Friday, information better. Basically, the committee is asking that their August 18th meeting be moved to the 16th. Allows for travel to Turkey and early and 20th, the Attorney General and Information Department of Justice will provide a litigation update. The 19th and 20th schedule. Not as a reminder, but basically to give notice to the general public. Okay, we'll go to item number 2. Recognize guests and voting officials. So at this point in time, all the folks that are on the call, this is for general information. Honorable Edison Monica and myself, along with Legislative Recorder Leonard Mose and Mr. Office of Legislative Counsel, Mr. Chad Beta, is in the BNF conference room. And that's why folks on the line, knowledge that you're on the call and give us notice.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. This is Deanna Neswigishi, Division of Social Services, Exec Director. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Regina Yazzie, Department Manager for Department of Family Service. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Sylvia Tyler, Department Manager for the Child Care Development.
Good morning. This is Marlinda Littleman, Deputy Division Director. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. This is Brenda Sosi, Principal Accountant with Division of Social Services.
Good morning. This is Yolanda Jean with Division of Social Services, Department of Family Services. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Rosalind Begay, Delegate Manager for the Navajo Family Assistance Services.
Good morning, committee members. This is Michelle with Navajo Department of Health, Legislative Analyst.
Hey, anybody else on the call? we had the opening statement by the division director, and then we had would be, thank you, all the folks on the call. This time we'll go to 2B, Division of Social Services. Bidder is Ms. Deanna Nesbitt-Gishi, and says she can refer to the program and department managers.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Ms.
After, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. After Ms. Gishi, I think introduces her program, then OMB is on the line to give a budget summary. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Finale, for correcting me. So, Ms. Deanna Nesbitt-Gishi, you have the floor. We'll give you 20 minutes. Then after that, we'll go to Mr. Gay with OMB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Deanna Nesbitt-Gishi, Tachi Nilasha, Sunjakina Bashichin, Sinajini Dashache, Nanas Dajatachin Dashanella. Good morning. We had sent the budget information electronically to members of the committee on Friday evening, and the actual hard copies of the binders have been submitted this morning as well. I will cover under tab 1, which is the executive summary. I do have a PowerPoint attached. So I'd like to just do our presentation outline, which is an executive summary that I will provide our FY21 major accomplishments, particularly to the general funded programs, and then we'll conclude with any questions. So the Division of Social Services, our mission is to advocate for changes, empower and strengthen our family, children, and communities by providing quality, holistic, cultural, and value-based services. And the vision is to promote the holistic and cultural values of Tahoe Chitego and to individuals and families in order to have safer and healthier communities for future generations. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is a new mission and vision statement as the division has undergone our strategic planning process. So this is new for the division. Within the Division of Social Services, we have 6 different components under the Office of the Executive Director. We have the Executives Administration section that consists of 2 individuals. The Human Resource section, which consists of 1 individual. The Financial Management section, which is 1 individual. Communications section, we have 1 individual. And then Policy section, we have 1 individual. And then the Information Technology section, we have 1 individual as well. We also have 7 different programs and departments under the Division of Social Services that the managers report directly to me. The first one is Department for Self-Reliance, the Department of Family Services, the Department of Child Care and Development, the Department of our Developmental Disabilities Program, the Navajo Indian Child Welfare Act Program, the Navajo Family Assistance Services, and lastly, the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families. So for FY 2021, our budget priorities aligned with the Nez Leiser administration, Hajan Dene Bet Nahata plan. So in the area of families, behavioral and mental health, housing, economic development, tourism, budget and finance, education and cultural language preservation, government affairs and policy, public safety, infrastructure, agriculture, and land issues. The Division of Social Services and the Navajo Family Assistance Services administer the Navajo school clothing, which is at 100% general funds. The Department of Family Services operates the Dene Elderly Protection Program, and the Navajo Family Assistance Services was able to be administered using general funds as well as external funds to cost share services and positions. For FY 2021, the Division of Social Services allocation was $4,567,017 of general funds, and $73,000 was for propriety funds to continue the advocacy of family strengthening systems and to build and maintaining services. The priorities are based on the Office of the President and Vice President according to the Nahata plan. On the next slide is the DSS overall expenditures by categories. For fiscal year 2021, the Division of Social Services total funding are approximately $508 million for all programs and departments. This includes prior years, tribal general funds, TANF, Indian House Services, and BIA funding, which are open until expended. 1% of the Division of Social Service budget is from general funds. 2% is from state contracts. 2% is from IHS. 16% of our budget is from BIA, and 79% of the social service budget is from federal funding. So on the next slide, we have the DSS strategic plan, which I provided in our opening remarks regarding our mission and vision statement. So the Division of Social Services, we completed our strategic planning session. From that, we have 6 priorities that have been identified from the direct service staff, as well as the field supervisors, and as well as the managers. So this was an inclusive project that we actually had started in early 2020, which we're implementing right now in 2021. So there are the 6 innovation teams that we are working on. The first one is recruitment onboarding, where we will strengthen the partnership with Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management. New for the division is we're implementing our own qualification assessments. We did have to go through training with Department of Personnel Management. We do have 5 individuals who are have been trained by Department of Personnel Management to do our qualification assessments. So that's the initiative that we've worked closely with Department of Personnel Management so we can assist and speed up that process in the area. We also develop plans to support new employees as they transition into their new position, job requirements, and introducing them to the culture of the organization. We also incorporate Navajo language and teachings to the Division of Social Services and programs. So this is an area that we are looking at recruiting individuals and with our goal of retention. And this is where onboarding is an area that we'd like to have a good welcome to new employees so that we want to retain them because we are investing with the employees as soon as they come into our offices. The next innovation team is staff development. We're going to develop and establish training modules for each Division of Social Services programs. We're going to develop applicable procedures and policies for employees to develop their knowledge and skill to perform their job requirements. We are implementing a career path training, eligibility required training, job shadowing, e-learning, and our TAS tribal assistance system module training. And members of the committee, this is an area that we are having a emphasis on. I know that has been a concern from the committee prior. So the comments and recommendations that we do hear from the committees, we are implementing them as well. Our third innovation team is communication. We are to improve communication and customer services by using technology. We're going to develop strategies to provide clarity and conciseness on Division of Social Services operation and services. We're going to establish one voice. We're also going to have the Division of Social Services brand to show empathy to employees as well as clientele. So this is an area of concern prior that we did not have adequate communication to our employees as well as the families that we serve. We have hired a communication manager within the past 2 months. So this is an area that we're looking at the branding for the Division of Social Services to the employees as well as the public. So this is an area of our new innovation team. The fourth innovation team is technology. We're going to have a fast and efficient interconnected network for timely delivery of services, provide up-to-date information technology, infrastructure to employees and to the clientele or customers that we serve. We're also looking at hardware and software trainings. We're also installing a case management, electronic case management database, which is called a tribal assistance system. Then we're also going to support communication internally and externally. So members of the committee, this is an area that when we were in a pandemic, we had to work during the pandemic primarily because we serve families and we did not have an electronic case management database. So employees had to come into the office to look at the actual paper files, to work with their families. And so we could not allow our employees to take customer records home. So that's why they had to come in during the pandemic. So with an electronic case management database, if they have to work remotely, they will have access to the families that they're serving through electronic modes. And so that way we're able to pick up and move towards being able to telework and work remotely. We are working closely with a consultant. We are also looking at storing our data on the Navajo Nation. We're working with Shiprock, their data center through NTUA. So we will be saving our data on Navajo. It will be backed up in 2 separate locations. Our data will be saved on a daily basis. So we're not losing, if there's some type of outage, it will be restored back to the last point that it was saved. We're also working closely with NTUA for our infrastructure as far as getting fiber in all of our offices. So that is moving along smoothly. And so these had been started just prior to the pandemic. So that was an area that we did focus on. The fifth innovation team is the continuous quality improvement to build on our strengths by utilizing database results to involve everyone to improve services, customer status evaluations, collect and analyze customer or clientele service data for decision-making mechanism, collect and analyze employee performance data to improve program services, to implement changes and follow up for improvements. So members of the committee, this is an area that we will continue to look at how can we improve our services to families. This is where the surveys, and then having our plans that we're working with families, client driven, getting away from cookie cutter, case plans, treatment plans, but really work with the families using data is where we're looking at. And then as for employees, what are some areas that we can continually invest in our employees so that they want to have retention with the division, and then enhance them so that they can move up into other positions for progression within our organization as well. This is where we're looking at job shadowing, succession planning. And so this is an area that we're looking towards a lot of good things moving forward. Lastly, is our trauma-informed organization. And again, this is an area that the committee had brought up prior meetings as far as how are we going to have a trauma-informed workforce. So this one is a system change that supports self-care for staff and customer or clients that we serve. Establish an internal program to support the emotional and mental well-being for employees. Establish support for employees to receive effective screening and proper intervention to address trauma-related experiences as a result of working with highly sensitive social service cases. Reduce anxiety related to work and family situations. So members of the committee, this is an area that is new for the Division of Social Services. We have to do more work in this area to listen to the employees and have all managers and field supervisors be able to engage with their employees on a more consistent basis and to recognize the trauma that our employees may be going through, because when they work with families, they hear a lot. And this is where we're going to focus on the employees so that they're being heard and that they will start receiving any specific services that they need. And so that's one area that I just wanted to inform the committee that our strategic planning has been completed. And so strategic planning is ongoing. And so with these 6 innovation areas, we do have action plans, and that we will be monitoring them and having submittal of our action plans by all managers to make sure that we're staying on target to meet the goals and objectives within the entire division. On the last part of our presentation is on major accomplishments on, again, primarily focus on the general funded programs. The school clothing, we provided financial support for purchase of school clothing for school-aged children. The next one is a child welfare collaborative agreement. We have entered into a child welfare collaborative agreement, has been renewed with the Casey Family Program. So that is a 5-year collaborative agreement. There are no funds involved from the nation going to Casey Family. It's just a child welfare collaborative agreement. So the Casey Family provides support and training, implementing and evaluating Division of Social Service Program services through the development of the Division of Social Service Strategic Planning. Another major accomplishment is the electronic case management database. We contributed to the cost of the case management database. We also, through the tribal assistance system, the case management module is established to streamline the process, collect data, prepare reports, and issue payments to clientele. So this is a database that would be utilized by all the divisions of social services except the developmental disabilities program, because that one is run by the state. So they use a state case management system. So this is where we are able to see that there's what services other individuals are receiving, but they're different modules. So employees cannot see all of the different modules within the different programs. We also wanted to utilize this to start making payments more timely and more efficiently through this electronic case management database so that they can use data ports and upload payments that are needed to be made. Currently, only the Department for Self-Reliance, the TANA program, is able to make over 3,000 payments using this electronic case management database. and it goes directly to the families. So that has the reduction of having to do RDPs or other type of payment processes that the Navajo Nation currently utilizes. Lastly is the staff retirement and recognition activities. We do have several employees that are taking advantage of the enhanced retirement plan. And so we're going to be acknowledging them. I know during this pandemic, we cannot have gatherings. So we will do the recognition virtually, but we will be providing some incentives to them. And also to recognize the entire Division of Social Services. We have 467 employees currently. And for them to have worked through this pandemic, continue to come in and work. So that's where we're looking at their recognition. And that concludes my report, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gishi. Before we go to questions and comments by the committee members, hear from the GAY with OMB.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, committee members. My name is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the OMB report, and Ms. Rhonda Johnson will be doing the NPS report this morning. Navajo Nation OMB report. The second page is table of contents. A, FY 2022 fund type budget summary. B, FY 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. C, FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report. D, FY 2021 third quarter plan of operation status report. E, FY 2021 conditional appropriation legislation concern report. F, FY 2021 external fund expenditure report. G, FY 2019 single audit report. Next page is A, FY 2022 fund type budget summary. Fund type budget summary is listed by the business unit. The business unit numbers are 117001, 117008, 117010, 117011, 117012, 117022. I will be reading the bottom line, the total. The FY 2021 general fund budget, the total amount was $4,564,017. Proposed general fund budget, $4,161,183. Indirect cost fund, $447,593. General wage adjustment, $53,982. Special revenue fund external, $331,570,87. The total is $336,232,845. The next page, FY 2021 third quarter budget status report. The following has a worksheet for Division of Social Service for budget status report, and this is account by range. The top portion has the general fund total. Original budget is $1,143,174.41. Revised budget $7,036,672.36. The actual $3,112,761.80. Encumbrance $204,264.97. Budget availability is $3,719,645.59. Over total expended as of June 30, 2021 is 47.14%. The next column has proprietary funds total. Original budget is 36,500. Revised budget 73,000. Actual 93,121.96 cents. Encumbrance 10,205.64 cents. Budget available 23,672.40 cents. Total percent expend is 67,057%. The next page you see, and Miss Rhonda Johnson will be reading that.
Good morning, committee members. Under tab C is your FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report for Division of Social Services. You have your 6 business units listed, and the names are listed also. I'll just be reading the bottom line. First quarter average is 1.63. Second quarter is 1.63. Third quarter is 1.70. Under tab D is your third quarter plan of operation status report. And you will note that all of the plan of operation has been last amended in 2020. So they're all up to date. Under tab E is your FY 2021 conditions of appropriation, legislative concerns. The division has LC number 16. And for business unit 117001, this is the Division of Social Services. The LC was due at the end of first quarter. We did get a third quarter response from them, and the status on this LC is they're in compliant. Under LC 17, the end of third quarter, they are also compliant. Under LC number 18 for business unit 117022, third quarter response was received, and they are in compliance. Now, on LC 23, it is directed to all division and programs, including Division of Social Services. This is in reference to implement a handicap designated areas. The due date on this was the end of second quarter. We didn't get a third quarter response from the program, so therefore it is non-compliant. That concludes the Management and Policy section report.
FY 2021 External Fund Expenditure Report follows reports of the external fund, and I am not sure if CGS with Jan James is available to read this report. And then G, FY 2019 Single Audit Report.
Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning, members of HESI and everyone else. My name is Jan James. I'm a Principal Contract Analyst with Contracts and Grants section of OMB, and I will be reading the report. The bottom line, row 182 on page 5 of 5. Column F is 16 business units, 116 business units. Column G is number of company numbers, 47. Column J is the original budget, 382,574,764.09. Column K, revised budget, 416,005,742. Column L, expenditures, 162,249,501.22. Open commitments, 17,485,703.49. Column N, available balance, 236,270,537.28. Column O is the percentage spent, which is 43%, and column P is percentage of the balance is 57%. That concludes the report. Thank you.
That concludes the OMB report.
Here's the single audit.
The audit report is done by Rachel with contract and grants as well. Is Rachel on the line? The report is attached, and if there's any question, it can be directed to contract and grants to Rachel Arvizo. Thank you.
Now. Question. Edmund Gishi, let's go to double I, budget overview statement presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to have Brenda Sosi go through that area for the Division of Social Services. Brenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brenda Sosi. I'm the principal accountant for the Division of Social Services. Under the tab 3, we have business unit number. The first one is 117001, and that's for General Funds, Office of the Executive Director. And part 2, that's the overall total is $33,267,695. Then part 2, the budget summary. Column A, the overall total is $1,675,543. Column B, proposed budget, $1,697,608. The difference is an increase of $22,065. On part 4, positions and vehicles, the column D, total positions budgeted 11, total vehicles budgeted 4. Then for E, 11 for total positions budgeted and vehicles budgeted 4. Then we go, that's budget form 1, budget form 2, program performance criteria. This is for business unit number 117001. And the goal statement, goal statement 1, ensure programs are in compliance with human resource guidelines and fill all vacant positions. Program performance measure objective, the executive will review all programs' human resource functions. Quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're all at 6. Goal statement 2, coordinate and enhance collaboration with Navajo Nation, federal, state, and other entities to improve services to clients. Program performance measures objective. The executive will attend consultations with state, federal agencies, and other agencies. First, second, third, fourth quarter, they're all at 6. Goal statement 3, improve communications and service delivery by upgrading the IT infrastructure at all service areas. Program performance measure objective. The executive information system staff will review and support 6 program departments for the use of technology infrastructure bandwidth improvements in all IT recommendations. Order 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're all at 6. Goal statement 4, expand direct services and increase financial accountability through increased administrative support. Program performance measure objectives. The executive will review program financial management and direct service data. First, second, third, fourth quarter, they're all at 6. Goal statement 5, expand direct services and focus on strengthening the family unit and family values. Program performance measures objectives, coordinate and facilitate family-oriented initiatives involving all members of the family network. First, second, third, and fourth quarter, they're all at 6. Then Form 3, we have the listing of position and assignments. Then detailed Form 4, we have detail, budget, and justification. And then Form 5, we have summary of changes to budgeted positions. And then Form 6, we have the pages of all the external contracts and grant funding information. That's for Business Unit 117001. Going on to Business Unit 117008, General Fund School Clothing Program. Budget Form 1. Budget Summary. The bottom total of column A is $1,132,000. Column B, the proposed budget is $1,296,990. And the difference is an increase of $164,990. For positions and vehicles, column D and E is both 0. Budget Form 2, program performance criteria. Goal statement 1, serve eligible Navajo children with incentive for clothing and supplies for school. Program performance measure objectives, number of clothing stipends provided per quarter. First quarter, 6,000, second quarter, 2,626. Third and fourth quarter, it's not applicable. Goal statement 2, serve eligible Navajo children with emergency clothing assistance. Program performance measure objective, number of emergency clothing assistant provided per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, that's 5. Goal statement 3, submit quarterly reports timely and accurately. Program performance measure objective, quarterly reports will be submitted after each quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 1. Goal statement 4, submit an annual report timely and accurately each fiscal year. Program performance measure objectives, annual report will be submitted after fiscal year ends. First, second, third quarter is not applicable. Fourth quarter, 1. Goal statement 5, provide trainings to keep families informed of the eligibility criteria and timelines. Program performance measure objective, training provided. First quarter, 1. Second, third, and fourth is not applicable. And we have budget form 3, listing of positions and assignments, budget form 5, summary of changes to budget positions, budget form 4, That's the detailed budget and justification. Then business unit 117010, the proprietary funds for childcare, Chinley Childcare. The budget form 1, column A. Last year we didn't get no allocation. This year, this is as an unmet need. We didn't get no allocation from the through the revenue projection with Office of the Controller. So our proposed budget is $56,000. So the difference is we're requesting $56,000. And then program performance criteria, budget form 2. 1, goal statement. Number 1, program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Program performance measure objective, report quarterly revenue of $16,368 or more from child care center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, $16,368. Goal statement 2, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities at the child care centers. Program performance measures, objectives. 9 child care centers will conduct 6 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. First, second, third, fourth quarter, all at 162. Goal statement 3, provide daily nutritional needs for AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 9 child care centers. Program performance measure objectives, 186 meals and snacks served per quarter at 9 child care centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 1,674. Goal statement 4, compliance with all health and safety requirements for all child care center staff. Program performance measure objectives. Each quarter, supervisors are to conduct a review of 66 child care center staff to ensure all requirements are met. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 66. Goal statement 5, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per child care center. Provide child care services. Program performance measure objectives. Provide child care services to 145 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 145. Budget form 3, listing of position and assignments. Budget form 4, detailed budget and justification. Budget form 4, summary of changes. Budget form 6, external contract and grants, funding information. We go on to business unit 117011, Department of Child Care and Development, Fort Defiance Child Care. This also didn't get an appropriation from the Office of the Controller. Column A, 0, proposed budget, $75,000. And in column C, we're requesting an increase of $75,000. Part 4, total of positions budget, 0 for fiscal year 21-22, number of vehicles budgeted, 0 for 21-22 as well. Budget form 2, program performance criteria. First, goal statement, program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Program performance measure objectives, report quarterly revenues of $25,749 or more from child care center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, $25,749. Goal statement 2, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities at child care centers. Program performance measure objective, 5 childcare centers will conduct 6 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 90. Goal statement 3, provide daily nutritional meals for AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 5 childcare centers. Program performance measure objectives, 186 meals and snacks served per quarter at 5 childcare centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 930. Goal statement 4, compliance with all health and safety measures for all child care center staff. Program performance measure objectives. Each quarter, supervisors are to conduct a review of 68 child care center staff to ensure all requirements are met. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 68. Goal statement 5, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per child care center. Provide program performance measure objectives, provide child care services to 175 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 175. Then budget form 3, listing position assignments, then detail, budget, and justification, budget form 4. Budget form 5, summary of changes to budgeted positions. Budget form 6, external contract and grant funding information. We move on to Business Unit 117012, Department of Child Care and Development, Shiprock Child Care. And for column A, 0, proposed budget 15,000, difference, we're requesting for 15,000. This child care center didn't get a revenue projection as well. So we're requesting for 15,000 for total number of positions budgeted for 21, FY21, FY22, 0. Total of vehicles budgeted for FY21 and 22, both 0. Budget form 2, program performance criteria. First goal statement, program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Program performance measure objectives, report quarterly revenue of 5,330 or more from child care center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 5,330. 2, second goal statement, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities at child care centers. Program performance measure objectives. 4 child care centers will conduct 6 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 90. Goal statement 3, provide daily nutritional meals for an AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 9 child care centers. Program performance measure objectives, 186 meals and snacks served per quarter at 4 child care centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 744. Goal statement 4, compliance with all health and safety measures at all child care center. Program performance measure objectives. Each quarter supervision are to conduct a review of 42 child care center staff to ensure all requirements are met. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 42. Goal statement 5, provide and maintain child enrollment number per child care center. Provide child care services to 65 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 65. Budget form 3, listing of positions and assignments by business unit. Budget form 4, detailed budget and justification. Budget form 5, summary of changes to budgeted positions. Budget form 6, external contract and grant funding information. We go on to Department of Family Services, Business Unit 117022. The Part 3 budget summary. Column A, $1,608,160. Proposed budget, $168,160,000. The difference is 0. Total positions budgeted, column D for fiscal year 21-17. Proposed budget for fiscal year 22 is 19. Total permanently assigned vehicles for fiscal year 21-7, same with 22-7. Budget Form 2, program performance criteria. First goal statement, to accept reports of suspected abuse, neglect of adults and elderlies. Program performance measure objectives, address at least 50 reports of suspected abuse, neglect, exploitation cases, first, second, third, fourth quarter, 50. Goal statement 2, to provide protective services to adult and elderly. Program performance measure objectives, complete at least 50 risk assessment, investigate reports of suspected abuse, neglect, and exploitation. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 50. Goal statement 3, to conduct home visits to complete interviews with adults or elderly on new referrals. Program performance measure objective, complete at least 30 home visits per quarter. First, second, third, fourth, 30. Goal statement 4, to enhance staff training development through evidence-based and best practices. Program performance measure objectives, complete at least 30 trainings per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 30. Budget Form 3, listing the position and assignments by business unit. Budget Form 4, detailed budget and justification. Budget Form 5, summary of changes in budgeted positions. And that completes the business unit for Division of Social Services. And Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gishi, and then from OMB, Mr. Gay, then the budget overview, Ms. Brenda Stacy. That committee members. Any questions, discussion? Thank you, Chair. Ms. Gishi, based on your opening statement, you talked about on your Division of Social Service strategic plan. I'm a little bit concerned about recruitment and onboarding and staff development. Staff development. I don't know if we need to go for revisit on this one or have a work session on some of these items that you talked about. Because of the reports that we get from the program, concerns that they have, some of them are not being addressed. I'm very concerned about that. It's, to an extent, not all related to budget, but it has to do with the leadership at some of these programs that you have. And I was just wondering, in reference to your staff development, exactly what does that staff development consist of as far as
whatever you do, the training or what that you have in the area. Ideya, Niskishi.
Thank you, Cecilia. Committee members, does anybody have a question or statement before we give the floor to Ms. Gishi? Honorable Vice Chair, Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Not be too far from the.
Can you guys hear Honorable Slater? Hello? Honorable Gay can barely hear you. Well, he's in the vehicle, so.
Use that one then, and I'll do this.
Okay, I hope this can. Okay, hopefully this will work.
Good. Sounds good.
Okay, so on.
Get one of those that was at Navajo Prep.
I know, the ones that they had there, God. Okay, I apologize to those online. So I'm on Department of Family Services, and I see that there was an increase to contractual services for $80,000. When you go to that line item, it doesn't explain what those contractual services are, but I think it's, let's see here, page 9 of 11, or sorry, 8 of 11. And it says consulting fee and consulting expenses. So I'd like you to elaborate on what those consulting expenses will be. I guess the same thing for the other contractual services as well. And then when you go to the next page, 7310, this is bad debt write-off at $3,000. Can you explain what that is and why we're writing off debt? And there's something. Oh yeah, and then for the positions that it seems like there was money that came out of positions. Can you explain which positions were removed to make room for these other budget increases? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, anybody else? If not, then, Ms. Gishi, the chair has a question on your opening slide. Major accomplishments, general funded program. You talk about case management, child welfare, school, and then staff retirement and recognition activities. And that's just for general funded programs. What about the state and federal funded staff? By the look of your presentation, it sounds like you're not going to recognize those staff. And then on the next slide, can you give us a number of staff, both general fund and state and federal funded staff that are retired? Then previously we had major concern by the Office of the Controller about using case management software that is used to issue funds to clients. Main aspect of the questioning has been that case management database is for case management and not for to be used as method to issue and distribute funds. Has that issue been resolved with the Office of the Controller? Going forward, regarding the LIFE, I have constituents and folks that owe money to Amos Mountains Electric. And Amos Mountains Electric is basically telling the constituents in 5-chapter area that if they apply for LIFE, they will delay this connection as long as there's effort by the service user, electric service user. However, on the website and the call-in numbers, each of the constituents are basically reporting that the website is inactive, call-in number, it just keeps ringing. So in that aspect, the reason I'm asking this is, and if the customer of Amos Mountain Electric, I think it's also the same for Continental Co-op and NQA. If they apply for LIFE, they'll allow for a payment plan to defer cost of electric service, even up to 2 years. And I'm wondering what the status of the website and call-in number for the LIHEAP office is. Ask each of the community service coordinators are documenting. Have the constituents call into the chapter offices to document the number of times that they've called into the LIHEAP office using the 1-800 number. In regard to, but let's go ahead and have you answer those questions, and we will go back to the committee to see about the other items that they may have questions on. As with issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank you, Delegate Wanika, for your question regarding our strategic planning, our action plans, specifically on recruitment and onboarding and staff development, regarding what is occurring in this area. So again, this is where we have listened to direct service staff, the field supervisors, when we had these strategic plannings, to have them report an area as far as what's needing to be done and all the positions that we're moving forward. So a lot of it begins with the recruitment, begins with the job vacancy announcement. And so Department of Personnel, on their pay and classification title, they have a standard template. I'll give you one example, a senior caseworker. So it's very general. So each department or program, if they are needing a senior caseworker, they tailor that job vacancy announcement very specific to that program. An example, Department for Self-Reliance and the Navajo Family Assistance Services both use the same title. So their job vacancy announcement is very clear on the job duties that will be doing for self-reliance as well as family assistance services. So this is the beginning of the recruitment process and not utilizing the standard template for on the Department of Personnel Management pay and classification title. So that's very critical for the departments of the employee that they're trying to recruit. So it starts from that area. And then it goes to Department of Personnel Management. They receive all the applications. And this is where, again, coordinating with Department of Personnel Management is where we have our HR personnel trained to do qualification assessments. So we will be looking at who meets the minimum qualifications. So once that is completed, then interviews are conducted and the best applicant would be hired. So that's an area that we are changing up as well. We had been using the same old job descriptions. And so this is where it's very specific to each program and department. So from there, when the employee comes on board, changing up to onboarding so that we're not just having the employee walk in the door and we show them their desk and we have them get to work. There's a process to do onboarding, especially for the first 30 days. What do we need to provide information to the employee to get them onto the job and have them know what resources are available? So this is an area that we are, for this action plan that we have, is what we'll be implementing. We're in implementation stage. And then for the staff development, that has been an area of concern, that we have employees that do come in, but as trends change, new laws are enacted, like with the federal government. There was one called the Family First Act. And so now we have to start implementing some of our services in a different way to meet the Family First Act. So those are where we have to have those ongoing trainings. And so this is where we hired a human resource manager at the Division of Social Services, to where that collaborative effort will be beginning. Some departments already have that in place and some do not. And this is where we'll be working with the managers to implement. And certainly I can do follow-up visits with the committee on our action plans and provide updates as far as how the Division of Social Services is moving forward with our 6 strategic planning innovation teams. Thank you, Delegate Slater, for your questions regarding the budgets on contractual services. So yes, there is an increase in the budget 117022 Department of Family Services, contractual services, an increase of 80,000. Again, in my opening remarks, I had talked about how we're having an electronic case management database where there'll be specific modules. So an example, Department of Family Services will have their own separate module to where they'll do intake. And so if a person goes to another office, they're able to track that intake. Right now, if a report comes in for allegation of child abuse and neglect and Fort Defiance, and if they move up towards to the city, there's no way to really specifically cross-reference those allegations that are occurring. And so with the electronic case management database, they're able to track it and see the history regarding the reports that are coming in. But it's also to help us provide more wraparound services to the family. If they're needing child care services, this is where referral can be done electronically to the child care development department. or if they don't have resources at that time, they can be referred for Department for Self-Reliance for TANF benefits. So that's why there's an increase in the budget for 117022 for contractual services. In regards to the personnel, where you had indicated that there's some trends out and trends in. So if we're looking at specifically the budget 117022, there's a trends out. I'll give you just one example, the administrative assistant. The position is being transferred to a K account, K210741. And so with this position, it was doing HR duties for the Department of Family Services. Due to the high number of individuals in that department, over 150 employees, we determined that that position is currently vacant. And so with the number of employees for this HR personnel, is where they would be needing an actual administrative services officer, which is a higher grade step. And so this position is actually going to the Navajo Family Assistant Services, that K account that I gave, K210741, that is actually the Navajo Family Assistant Services. So they do not have the HR capability, so that's a smaller program. So that's where that position would be transferring out. The next one, an example, the Community Involvement Specialist, that position is currently occupied. There's a couple, 3 in a row, Community Involvement Specialists. They should not have been funded under general funds. They're doing direct services. So they were transferred over into the K190783, which is the Family Violence Program. So they're doing that community outreach. And so some of these positions were not where they should have been. And so there's office specialist positions as well. So these positions that are currently occupied, they're being transferred correctly into the appropriate program that they're providing. What I had learned when I came on board is a lot of the positions were cost shared. 50% general funds, 50% another contract, but yet they're doing direct services. So that's where we're appropriately having these individuals, the positions, totally funded by the funding source that they are under. So there's no layoffs. Delegate Slater, is just where we're aligning the staffing pattern to where they should be appropriately be budgeted under. There was a question on a bad debt write-off. I do not have that information. Brenda Sosi or Yolanda Jean, who is the new accountant for Department of Family Services, or Regina Yazzie, are you able to assist with that question? Thank you.
Yazzie?
Good morning, everyone. This is Yolanda Jean, and I'm with Department of Family Services. And for the bad debt, that is just estimating for any expenditures that may have been overlooked and that the vendor is collecting. They may have sent those billings to a collection agency. So we're just being proactive, and hopefully, nothing will go to collection. And if it does, we do have this $3,000 to assist us in paying that. And being new to the program, I'm hoping that there aren't any collections that are out there for the department. So that's the reasoning behind the bad debt amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda Jean. And so next, Honorable Daniel So, your questions regarding the staff retirement which are general fund and external. So right now, the Division of Social Services has 37 employees who are taking advantage of the early retirement plan. And we have individuals serving within the division. One individual is almost at 42 years service to the Navajo Nation. A lot of them are between 30 to 40 years of service to the nation. So we're thankful that Department of Personnel Management had completed this enhanced retirement plan. And thank you, delegates, for passing this legislation so that these individuals who had provided years of service to the nation is able to get 3 additional years of compensation. Regarding the funding source, out of the 37, only 2 are general funded positions. The other 35 are external funding source that will be retiring. The question, Mr. Chair, on the concerns with the former Office of the Controller question using a case management software to issue funds to clients, and has this issue been resolved? And so I believe the concern from the former controller was that we should not be making payment to vendors, but for individuals that has been ongoing from Department for Self-Reliance for more than 10 years. And then we also have another, like our general assistants, those are also on a data port. So those are directly paid to the individual. It's not where it's going to vendors. And I believe that was the former controller's question. And so with the new acting controller, I can do follow-up if that's a concern. But we will continue our discussion with Office of the Controller to address any concerns that they may have. Also, the question, Honorable Chair, on the light heat constituents, Hamas Electric. And so I'm proud to announce that as of Friday of last week, we did do a lot of information provided to the public. Again, we have a new communications manager and we also work with Office of the President and Vice President to release information on the light heat cares. There's the actual, there's several ways that a person can apply. Of course, the normal way has been to go to one of the local family services offices to apply. On that public release was also where they can download the application under the Division of Social Services website. They can download the application and print it, and they can drop it off at any office, or they can scan and email their application. We also have a new web portal, and that's new for this round of Light Heat Cares. And so if you go onto the Division of Social Services website, it does have a link where if you want to sign on anywhere, you just click on that link. You can look on the link as far as looking at the guidelines, which have been vetted by Department of Justice. You can also look at the matrix as far as seeing how much a person may be eligible, the household may be eligible if it's for wood and coal, electric, propane, cooling, based on the household size. And then we also included the state medium income matrix, which is a little bit higher than the National Poverty Guideline. So that is the one that Division of Social Services is using. So a person can go onto the web portal enter their information, and then they can upload their documents. A lot of them have smartphones, and so you can upload your document or even on the computer, so they don't have to go to any office as well. So those are some areas that we've tried to improve in this area. And then we have hired 10 temporary office specialists to assist with this initiative so that we can make payments to families or vendors on a weekly basis. We do have all staff working in this area as well. Mr. Chair, one last question that you had was regarding the major accomplishments, and that the PowerPoint this fiscal year is primarily based on the general funded programs. So I do hear you. We can get a fact sheet from each of the 7 departments and programs and email them to you by tomorrow morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Committee members, do you have any additional follow-up or statements? Honorable Edison Juanico, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I have a question for OMB on the FY 2021 third quarter program performance assessment scores. Looking at this as far as the Executive Administration Office, the assessment is good, with the exception of first quarter, and then it's, the second and third quarter is 3. But all the rest of the programs are pretty low, especially for the daycare. Also, the Department of Family Services. Can you explain those numbers? I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Juanico. Committee members, anybody else? I do have, the chair does have a question. There are some programs that have not spent any money on the active externally restricted fund. It's index, its report period inception through June 30, budget expenditure report. 9-4 or index 4 is company 4948. There is FY 21 638 Department of Family Services Domestic Violence Initiative 146,000. That's on the have an indication of when that would start being met. Again, and then going to have three office and then on to page 28, 75. There is the Arizona Long-Term Care Services. You give us an overview on that particular aspect The other is the child care centers, Chinley, Fort Defiance, Shiprock. Shiprock only getting 1,000. Fort Defiance getting 75,000. Chinley getting 50,000. Don't see anything for Eastern. Wondering why there's disparity between child care centers of the three. And there is none for Tuba City. Does social services not serve or agency? They're not part of this particular budget. Ms. Gishy, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Regarding the child care centers, we do have a child care center in Eastern, in particular, in Crown Point. And so the question that you've raised regarding a possible disparity or the amounts request, for an example, the Shiprock Child Care Center. Sylvia Tyler is the new department manager for the child care and development. Sylvia, are you able to provide a response to Honorable Chair? So.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Yes, I can provide a response. Let's see here for the Shiprock Child Care. That includes the Crown Point Child Care. We do have one child care center in the Crown Point or Eastern region. We have Crown Point Child Care Center, and we also have a child care casework unit office. So Crown Point is included with the Shiprock Child Care budget, which is budget unit 117012. And Tuba City, we also have, several child care centers in that region. And Tuba City is included with the Fort Defiance Child Care, which is business unit 117011. And I also have our senior accountant on the call if there's anything else that she would like to add, but that is my response. Thank you.
Thank you. For the response, Honorable Vanika had a question for OMB. We still have OMB on the line. Ms. Begay. I do have follow-up. So, regarding the Shiprock, what you're relaying to me is you're just funding travel expenses and supplies for the Shiprock. And no personnel. But it does not show where you're also serving Crown Point. the same way with the Port Defiance. I think you said Port Defiance is in just funding, travel expenses, supplies, contract those services, special transactions. Can you elaborate a little bit more? For federal funds, I want to thank Honorable Juanita for correcting me. You're requesting additional funds separate, that's under unmet need. Is that the way I understand the 3 healthcare centers now? So, Ms. Gishi, these last 3, Port Defiance, and all are, they're under unmet needs, or separate categories. But under the regular budget, where do you have them listed? That part I'm kind of really, did we gloss over it under another presentation? Unmet needs, the personnel and the operational costs. Where is that budget? Unmet need, now I understand a little bit better. But on the regular budget request, where are we listing opportunity, the Port Defiance? Ms. Gishi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that question on unmet needs operational. I'd like to have Sylvia Tyler provide that response. Sylvia?
Now, but on the regular budget request.
Mr. Chair, this is Brenda Sosa. I can help explain.
Yes, go ahead.
Each year, there is a projection that is issued from the Office of the Controller, because these are proprietary funds. These are revenue generated funds. So each year there's a projection amount that comes from the Office of the Controller. Because of the centers that were closed last year, there wasn't any revenue that was coming in for the child care centers. And these child care centers, those are collection of fees from the parents. That's what it is. So this portion of money that they get is from the proprietary funds. So that is in the unmet need because they weren't funded this year. We did submit a memorandum to the Office of the Controller requesting for additional funds. It was a projection of 146,000. That's what we requested to them, but they have not answered us back yet. And then other personnel operating that you are inquiring about, that's coming from the external funding. The Child Care Center, Department of Child Care Development, they do get funding from the federal ACF. So that's where their personnel operating, all of that is under that budget. But for this particular, it's just a projection of revenues that they are anticipating this year because of the reopening of the child care centers. And they are reopening in phases. Phase 1 is August the 2nd, phase 2 is August 23rd, and then phase 3 is September the 6th. So there will be revenues that will be coming in again. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. From the chair and the committee's perspective, in the other budget presentation, unmet need is a decision that rests with the committee to include it or to leave it out. But now you're saying the Office of the Controller hasn't responded to the request for unmet need. So that poses a real big question mark in front of the committee. So I guess that's where presentation has in a flux as how to proceed. Honorable Cornell Paloma is also now in that conference room. Ms. Sophie, and that's with the issue.
Mr. Chair, this is Brenda Sosi. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I might have misstated what I was saying because this funding does come from the proprietary funds. And yes, since we didn't get no allocation from the Office of the Controller, we made a decision to request for an unmet need. So it is still in our budget as the proposed unmet need, although we were requesting for the Controller's office to reconsider to allocate the proprietary funds. But since there's no response, we are still going forward with the unmet need. As I have read into the budget on the child care centers for Chinle, Fort Defiance, and Shiprock, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And that's visible, still in the flux as far as what we're basically faced with. Committee members. And I guess committee members and Ms. Medwick-Gishi, the aspect of the budget request is package. And there's another package of unmet needs. But what's happening is unmet needs with the regular budget request. In that aspect, committee members, do you want to revisit this particular aspect sometime next week? Or this Tuesday, Wednesday? Wednesday and Thursday, I'm sorry. Again, there's a question to OMB, where there's no response, and then two questions now to the Office of the Controller regarding the data port as well as this aspect of what would be proprietary funds.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Chair, I think it'd be good to revisit the Division of Social Service in reference to what you cited. So either Wednesday or Thursday would be fine. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Is this,
Angie Benally.
Oh, Ms. Benali, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, I did reach out to OMB, and they advise on your question about I think the contracts, and I was advised to contact contract and grants, which I did do, and they the contact person advised me that Ms. Jan James is on the line with contract grants section. Thank you.
Jim, who is on the line?
The contract, OMB's contract grant section, the name is Jan James, and I do see that person on the line.
Yes, good morning, committee members. Is there a question that you have that I need to answer?
Okay, I guess number one, what we've seen with the other divisions' presentation, their request for the regular annual budget appropriation. Then they presented under a separate budget request the unmet needs. What is being done here is unmet needs is in part of the regular budget request. There's questions whether OMB will allow, just by memo, that's the proprietary funds to
I'm sorry, Chair, your phone keeps cutting in and out, and I don't understand your question.
Okay, Ms. James, do you hear me now?
There's just a lot of background static noise.
Oh, phones are not on.
Yeah.
Is your phone on?
Put it on mute. Okay. Is this better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, Ms. James, basically, what I'm saying is the other divisions, they have a regular budget request. And they've also presented an unmet needs request, separate from their normal budget. But in this aspect, Division of Social Services is packaging unmet needs in with the regular budget requests. And it revolves around the child care centers, Fort Defiant, Chinle, and Shiprock. And the question is, and what's been relayed to the committee is there's a request to OMB and OOC to include what would be proprietary funds, fees that are paid by the parents to have their child be taken into the child care centers. And basically, how would the committee go forward? So we just look at the regular budget and those proprietary unmet needs portion, shall we put it in a different category? That is what we're seeking guidance on. Ms. James.
That's not really a contracts and grants section question. It's more of a budget section question because that deals with general funding. If it was an external contract, let's say if it was a K count, then it would be under contracts and grants. And usually unmet needs for budget section is that's what's covered under budget section. Selena, are you still online?
Yes, I'm online.
Ms. Rhonda Johnson.
Okay, the prior question, my understanding was to section F and then section, hold on for a second. C, FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment, was that the question?
That was a question about 20 minutes ago. I'm trying to sort out things with on how to pose the question so that staff can understand. On our end, the committee, the different divisions that have presented, their regular budget request was in one, and then unmet need was separate. But in Division of Social Services presentation, the unmet need is part of the regular budget request. And the explanation is the three centers, Chinle, Fort Defiant, and Shiprock, the unmet needs basically is proprietary funds. So that means they would be accepting fees from the parents to run the child care centers. And so the question is that really an unmet need? Or should it be as classified as some other budget category? I'm trying to explain it the best way I can in the view of the committee. Is that really an unmet need when you're going to collect fees from parents And if we have to, do we have to put it in some other category and not list it as unmet needs? Do you understand, Ms. Johnson?
Good morning, committee members. This is Rhonda Johnson from OMB. I'm not understanding your specific questions. You're kind of like commingling your question. Are you relating to proprietary fiduciary special revenue funds, or are you talking about unmet needs, which would be a budget question?
Well, and that's what we're, that's what, yes. The question, proprietary funds that have not been collected. The division is listing it, the division is listing it as unmet needs. And wants additional funds.
Okay, I get it now. You know, under the Navajo Nations, if any of the programs are generating revenues, they have to have a fund management plan in place to collect funds. However, under the Office of the Controller, I don't know how they work this, but the programs, they usually get an allocation from them for proprietary and fiduciary funds to generate so much funds. It's kind of like a revolving revenue account. So I think that's what we're alluding to, because I do know that the care centers, they collect fees for child care. I think the proper way to do this is to establish a fund management plan where it's specifically allocated into that fund to cover the operating expense, like kind of like a revenue generating, and or they could continue as they get their allocations through the Office of the Controller to get their proprietary revenue figures, and then they collect fees for the program, and then the money goes back into the business unit. To my understanding, I don't think this should be classified as an unmet need. An unmet need is going to be specifically separate from the proprietary and fiduciary funds account. I'm not too sure if that answers your question. And maybe the program can elaborate on it and do more clarification, because what I gave you is sort of like a general synopsis.
And thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's exactly what members of the HES are, I guess, pointed to. And you did clarify, and so in that respect, then Ms. Sosi and Ms. Neswit-Gishi, do you have additional follow-up or clarification? And Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In reference to that unmet needs, Ms. Gishi, does that have to be, instead of submitting it as a part of the budget, would that come in as a separate request for unmet needs? I think that will help us to clarify funding for the care centers. 8A, yeah?
Ms. Sosi?
Members of the committee, this is Brenda Sosi. We can keep it separate as a proprietary funds because there's already a fund management plan and these are revenues. So it would be better to stay with the proprietary and not as an unmet need budget. So we will wait on getting, I guess, a response from the Office of the Controller. Or if we are collecting fees, we can just deposit into those business unit numbers, and then later on, they'll provide an allocation, and that way, whatever is deposited into those accounts can be, we can prepare a budget and begin to expend. So right now, we should just keep it separate. That's my recommendation. Mr.
Mr. Chair, this is Deanna Neswood-Gishi. Thank you for the questions, for clarifications, and I do support the recommendation by Ms. Brenda Sosi that it is going to be separate. It's not as an unmet need. We will continue to work with the Office of the Controller. And just for clarification on these payments made to the child care centers or an independent provider, it's only those families who do not meet the income guidelines. So it's not a huge portion of the number of families that are receiving services. Majority do receive their child care provided at no cost. Some may pay a portion and some do pay the full amount. Again, it's based on income, but it's not a high amount. I just wanted to provide that clarification, Mr. Chair, that we will remove it from this discussion and we will have it separately addressed as proprietary fund as Ms. Sosi had stated. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Committee members, while we wait for a response from the Office of the Controller, so to provide more clarification, I would call for a recess, approximately 45 minutes. The other is Ms. Gishi. There has to be clarification that the Shiprock budget also includes Easter, and I think you said Fort Defiance also includes Tuba City. Right now, it just shows only three agencies getting child care services, and those aspects have to really be clarified. Thank you. So we are on recess for 45 minutes. call this, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee budget hearing back to order for information purposes. Mr. Mose, roll call, vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Valona. Honorable Pernell Valona. Honorable Caller Russell Slater. Honorable Caller Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel E. So. Here. Thank you, sir. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Here. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. I see him on the phone over here, but Chair, we have 3 members.
Thank you. So we don't need a quorum, but I just wanted, let the general public know that we are, convening back to, address the questions that the committee had regarding the daycare center, proprietary funds, how we would treat it in this review of the budget request by Division of Social Services. The, in that respect, is the Office of the Controller staff on the call.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office.
Oh, hey, Mr. Willie, thank you for getting on the call.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can I speak then? Or I know the question is dealing with
Go ahead, Mr. Willie.
Okay, thank you. Good morning or afternoon now, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. For the record, my name is Robert Willie. I'm an accounting manager with the Office of the Controller. I was informed that there were questions about the daycare centers. Currently, the daycare centers are actually within the general fund. My recommendation was to have them submit unmet needs. In FY 2020, they did not have very much revenue. So I believe that they're just now opening back up. And I asked for a detail of how they were gonna gather revenue. They sent me a short update. The other thing that I needed was their actual expenditure of revenues, the resolution that set these up. I haven't been able to see those as of yet, but generally, if you're a general fund program, you don't make over 250,000, you need to pass a resolution that's called expenditure of revenues. And those were passed back in, I believe, 2003, 2004. They're fund management type resolutions, and they explain the purpose, the business unit, the type of expenditures and revenues that the program will encounter. And those are authorizing resolutions. The daycare centers, I know, are very limited as far as how much they do gather. In FY20, obviously, they weren't open, so they didn't have very much revenue that which came in. So consequently, that's why we didn't give them a budget as far as revenues go in the projection that we released. Within the last couple of weeks, I know they sent some numbers over requesting for an amount, but our office was more geared to asking for unmet needs. But it sounds like they're still trying to gather revenue. But I'd be happy to answer any other questions that the committee would have. Thank you.
Long talk. Thank you, Mr. Willie. the basic question is what they've categorized as unmet needs. The committee has questions about why it's part of the regular budget request. The other divisions, they gave us a regular budget request, and then on a separate budget is the unmet needs. But what we're finding out is the unmet needs portion is basically proprietary funds, meaning that there would be fees charged to certain parents that were above the income guideline. That was then to be a revenue generating fund management plan. And so we're getting mixed answers regarding whether a revenue or expenditure plan exists for the daycare centers. The other thing is, what we're hearing is Shiprock Daycare includes services to Eastern Navajo. As well, Fort Defiance budget includes services to Tuba City. And for the committee, that basically doesn't clarify the fact that there are services being offered to those two additional agencies. The only thing we have in the budget book is Chinle, Fort Defiance, and Shiprock. So those are some questions. I hope I'm clear in the presentation. Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as an expenditure plan, I don't have one of those on file here. So that's one of the things I'm requesting from the program, how it got set up and what gives them authorization to charge for these services. Currently, they're a general fund program. They're quasi. So museum is a good example of that. They get general funds, but they do charge revenues. So the both of them put together mix up their budget. For unmet needs, it would be for any needs that they need for FY22 in order to get their program started. But as far as charging revenues, that portion, we'd need to see the expenditure of revenues expenditure plan. And then we can give a projection. Right now, I don't have any on hand. As far as service units, I'm not sure how they serve. So reviewing those establishing resolutions would help clarify that also if I was able to look at those, and possibly the committee too, on the service areas that the program does have purview over. So I hope those help answer those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Could you put that in a memo so that we have proper record of that particular situation? And with that, thank you, Mr. Billy. Ms. Neswood Gishi and Ms. Brenda Sosi. It looks like the committee is going to ask for a revisit on these particular programs. Committee members, do you have any other questions or comments regarding pending an answer from Ms. Gishi and Ms. Sosi? Ms. Neswit Gishi, do you have follow-up comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I did speak with Ms. Sylvia Tyler, the Department Manager 3 for Department of Child Care Development. We also had her team on the line, her senior accountant, Brienne Mateba, and the prior acting or delegated manager, Ms. Selena Curley, to gather more information. So we are looking and we will submit to OMB and OOC again. We are going to change the top page for the general fund account 117010, which is for the Chinle Child Care Center. And just have propriety fund, removing the wording of unmet need. We're also planning to, and I have the copies of them now. Business unit 117011. The heading initially just had Fort Defiance, so we're having Fort Defiance / Tuba City. We would just have proprietary fund and delete the unmet need. And then on that same business unit 117011, on the heading, we did add Fort Defiance and Tuba City Child Care Center. And then in the goal statements, we did indicate goal statement number 2, the program performance measure criteria. We did indicate that 5 child care centers will conduct 6 activities and at the following centers, which is Kerrigan, Little Miss Muffet, Loop, Tuba City, Fort Defiance Child Care Center. So we're listing those specifically because you were correct, Mr. Chair. There was no way to show that Tuba City was under Fort Defiance. And then lastly, for business unit 117012, that one just had Department of Child Care and Development, Shiprock. We will resubmit with Crown Point listed on there, removing unmet need and just have proprietary fund. And then their program performance criteria. Under goal statement 2, we will indicate the 4 child care centers under the performance measures, but we will list the 4 centers specifically: Hogback, Shiprock, Crown Point Child Care Centers, and Alchina Nijoni as well. So that way it would show which specific centers that are being listed for the program performance criteria. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your recommendations and your feedback as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neswit Gishi. Mr. Robert Willie, are you still on the call?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm still here.
Okay. Previously, there was question about Division of Social Services, the Office of Department of Self-Reliance, using a data port to basically, it's a case management software is the way that we had been apprised. And they were using it to issue checks. And there was no way to basically, I guess, justify it. That was the previous determination. And now with the new acting controller, is the office of the controller's position still the same, where case management software for Department of Self-Reliance is not a financial management software? Mr. Willie.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I'd have to consult with the acting controller. From my recollection of the situation, I believe it wasn't, but I don't know the specifics of how that software works. I believe contract accounting, which at that time was Jonathan Harrison, And the controller, the former controller, did have more knowledge of the specifics of how that software worked. But me, I'd have to look into the situation and talk it over with the new acting controller on that one. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have a concrete answer for you on that at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. The committee will be doing a revisit on either Wednesday or Thursday. Could we get an answer by then?
Mr. Chair, I will let the acting controller know and the new contract accounting manager, and we'll see what we can do about getting you an answer, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have any additional comments or questions?
Chair, I'd like to have a couple of questions to find out where that 4E program is at with the reimbursements. Has anything been done on that, or are we still working with that?
Ms. Nesbitt Gucci, there's a question from Honorable Cornell Helena regarding Title 4E funds and the reimbursement aspect. And Mr. Willie, please stay on the line to help us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank you, Delegate Halona, for that question on Title 4E. We did have a meeting 2 weeks ago with President, Office of the Controller, the acting controller, as well as 2 of her key staff on reimbursements. And so we have taken over fiscal year 2016 documents for review so we can do a drawdown. Thereafter, we will take over the documents for fiscal year 17, 18, 19. So we will have those submitted. And so we are moving forward with the new acting controller to see what can be done to do the drawdowns for the Title 4E. We were at a standstill for a short period with the prior controller. There was a request for us to pay an outside vendor, which the former controller felt would do the job that they were supposed to be doing. And so the payment was made. And so we didn't get any, there was no deliverables. So now it's going back to OOC as well. So that's been a delay for several months as well. But we are moving forward, working with the new acting controller. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nesbitt Gucci. Regarding that particular Title 4E, is that part of the budget documents that you presented to the committee? And what, if so, what page would we find it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brenda, are you able to quickly get to that page? Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and Ms. Sosi can correct me, We have not done any drawdowns on Title IV-E. So once those are available for drawdown, that was an area that we were requesting for a business unit so that the drawdowns can be placed in an actual business unit. So we do not have one. And Brenda just unmuted, so she'll correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. Go ahead, Brenda.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this Title IV-E program is what we're still working with the Office of the Controller with, where we're requesting for a revolving account. So that's the reason why it's still outstanding and we haven't done any recordings yet. Meaning like we haven't expended anything, we haven't done any drawdowns. So we're still in the works with working with the controller. So that's where it's at. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, committee members. We will consult legislative council, make it a legislative concern regarding this particular aspect. And could you provide the committee a preliminary summary? Yes, regarding how you're looking at this particular, the drawdown and the uses of it in the years going forward. Honorable Halona, do you have a follow-up question, comment?
Yes, I do, Chair. Ms. Gishi, how soon will you be able to get any? How soon will you be able to get any information as far as the drawdowns are concerned? I know we were running up to the 5th year, and I was told that after the 5th year, there's no more drawdowns that can be made on that 1 year. Are we in danger of getting having that money returned back? Ms. Gishi?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Delegate Halona, you are correct. So any potential reimbursements for fiscal year 16 would be lost by September 30, 2021. And that's where the new acting controller has assigned some staff to look at those binders so that we can do a drawdown from the federal payment management system. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Halona.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gishi. I guess, you know, September 30th is just around the corner, and we probably need to jump on that and work as hard as we can so we don't lose any of those funds. Thank you.
Committee members, if you wish to make that a legislative concern, we will work on it for the revisit on Wednesday or Thursday. Thank you, Ms. Gishi, and thank you for the clarification, Honorable Halona. That is a very big legislative concern. With that, committee members, any more comments and concerns, questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, Ms. Gishi and your staff, as well as Mr. Willie and Ms. Begay from OMB, and all the folks that participated in this Division of Social Services budget hearing. There was one additional request. I don't think we put on the record what was included in the audit, the recap of the 20 audit. Ms. Benali, Ms. Angelica Benali, do we put on record that, let's see, a recap of the audit?
I believe that would be, let's see, can James enlighten the committee on that question on the audit? Is it the single audit?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, committee members. I was to report on the G portion of the budget summary, the budget hearing, the reporting for OMB, and it's for 2019, FY 2019. And it's the last page of that report, and there's two findings that are listed. Finding number 2019-006 is the first one. And that one is that the nation did not properly monitor cost allocation and internal charges on health benefits, internal service funds. Major change occurred in FY 2018 and 2019 in which corresponding charges to federal programs were not adjusted. And the result on this cap was finding was cleared, it's not repeated in 2020 audit. And audit number 2, 2019-007, was in issues found on 40 participants verified, included file not provided, difference on amount of benefits, agreements, or recertification expired or not provided, etc. And this one it's not cleared. The finding was, it's a repeat on the 2020 audit. And that's the end of that report.
Thank you, Ms. James. Any members? Any other questions, concerns? Ms. Gishi? The chair has a question regarding the social workers that work with the elderly home care clients. Have we done facility visits or home care visits? Most especially the Garden of Care in Winslow, Arizona. Previously, you had reported more than 50 clients there. And could we get follow-up information? And again, I guess there's other placements throughout the 3 states. If we could get a summary sheet regarding how the Division of Social Services is doing follow-up with those facilities and follow-up on the status of their care. The other is, over the weekend, I know that you were notified of some children that are placed with a home in Farmington, New Mexico, and there was concern that the ill young folks weren't being taken to either a health clinic, a health center, or the hospital. And there was an urgent need, and I know that the Office of the President and Vice President were notified. Could you provide an update to the committee on the status of those children also? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Regarding a summary sheet for the visits for our elders, whether they're a contract or non-contract facility, we can provide that summary sheet prior to the revisit, so that might pose additional questions. The second question regarding a minor child who was in a Farmington facility. I did speak to the reporting person on Saturday. I did have to provide information that the Division of Social Services, we do not have a contract with that facility in Farmington, and that because it was in the city of Farmington, it would need to be reported to New Mexico CYFD. So I did do that report to New Mexico CYFD that there is a minor child in that facility, and Division of Social Services, we do not have placement of children in that facility, and therefore we're wanting a request for I guess a visit to that facility to do a welfare check on the children, to make sure that there's not children there that are needing medical care and the facility is not providing it. So the New Mexico CYFD, they did take my report and they were going to assign it to a worker, and I guess they go out there, law enforcement as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gishi. And you're doing follow-up with that particular home in Farmington?
Mr. Chair, with the facility being off Navajo, we don't, I can do follow-up with New Mexico CYFD, but it's not a facility that we have contracts with. There was an assumption that Division of Social Services made placement, but we only make placement in facilities that we have contracts with. But I can do follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If you would, committee members, any other follow-up? We'll get a Honorable Slater, Mr. Robert Willie, and will give us a memorandum on the proprietary funds that will, and again, it needs a business unit that would allow for documenting the revenue. Okay, committee members, any follow-up discussion? With the chair, on the Gentle Iron Hawk contract, that you've just established it as a contract, and so they'll be doing their own services and contracting, allowing for the state of Utah to fund that particular domestic violence shelter. Am I correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. With the Gentle Iron Hawk Shelter, we have a lease agreement with Utah Navajo Health System. We do not have a contract with them at this point. We are working with Department of Justice to see how to establish a contract. So it is where we only have a lease agreement with them at this point. Utah Navajo Health System has secured funding from the state of Utah, as well as the Victims of Crime grant as well. So they do have funding at this point, but we will look at how we're going to work more collaboratively with them as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Regarding the FY 21-22 budget, the outside funds that you receive from the state that you contract or grant to the domestic violence shelters, have you done an RFP? Have you contacted those domestic violence shelters? And last year, the RFP didn't go out till I think it was September, and they were late in receiving their funds. Are you going to make corrections in that process?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. So the request for proposal for the domestic violence shelters had actually gone out, I believe, in June of 2020. And the RFP went out, and so selections were looking at the bids that were submitted. They were all sent notice in September 2020, prior to the contract to be initiated, which was usually October 1st. We did get all of the documents into Office of the Controller, and it was logged in and reviewed in October of 2020. So we did make corrections of how tardy we had been in submitting contracts, meaning RFPs. So they were, the contracts were in place. It took, unfortunately, 3 months for an account number to be established for the new fiscal year, which was not given until January of 2021. So all the shelters, 7 domestic violence shelters do have contracts. Now, one good thing, and thanks to the recommendation from, I recall, Delegate Slater, is why don't we do a multi-year contract so we're not dealing with this on an annual basis. So we did move forward with that recommendation. So we currently are in a 3-year contract, so we don't have to do RFPs and negotiations again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And kudos to Vice Chair Slater. Thank you, and thank you for doing that multi-year contract. If we could get a summary sheet on what those contract amounts are for the succeeding years, that would also help the committee perceive how we would proceed in other aspects. Thank you. Committee members, any follow-up? Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Azugishi. My maybe only remaining question is, have you analyzed your budget to see if any of it may be reimbursable from ARPA funding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Delegate Slater. Analysis budget for the ARPA funding. Are you referencing the 1.8 billion that is given to the Navajo Nation? If so, we did submit requests this time for the ARPA funding. So that's what was presented last week at Twin Arrows. Is that your specific question, Delegate Slater?
I thought that was in addition to your existing budget. I guess my question is, any of the items that we'd be funding, like say under childcare, could those be eligible ARPA costs? And therefore they free up some of our general fund dollars. Because assisting with childcare is something that is eligible under ARPA.
Thank you for that clarification.
I don't have it right in front of me right now, so I apologize.
In addition to that, Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, you had also listed mental health and additional social services. Ms. Honorable Slater's questions, the child care, the mental and the social services that may qualify for reimbursement through the ARPA fund, separate and apart from the budget that you presented last week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and Delegate Slater on your question. So, because we are 76% federally funded, some of our programs are receiving direct ARPA funding. So a lot of those most are for direct services. An example, TANF has given pandemic emergency assistance fund to Department for Self-Reliance. And so that's all for direct services. So this is where Self-Reliance is working to make direct payments to individuals who are receiving TANF benefits. Regarding childcare as well, they did receive ARPA funding directly, and that's where they're looking at their childcare centers, as well as how they're going to work more closely with the families. They did get some funding to where they've already made direct allocations, an example to the independent childcare providers to have them purchase PPEs and whatnot for children that are coming into their home. So they do have direct funding, and in regards for reimbursement, those are specifically direct funding for those programs. So it's not necessarily where there's direct reimbursement back, but I can certainly do follow-up as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and I guess that is also, in addition, in your introductory presentation, you listed additional funds from IHS and BIA. Are those ARPA related? I think it was 2% and let me flip back to your presentation. In 16% from BIA, 2% from IHS. And that's separate and apart from the 638 fund. Are those ARPA related? 16% and the 2%. You listed 16% from BIA and 2% from IHS. Are those ARPA related?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Those additional funding are coming in from CARES funding. An example is our LIHEAP. We do get LIHEAP regular block grant. We also get LIHEAP CARES. We also receive LIHEAP ARPA funding. So what was listed is of the the overall percentage is just out of our total budget is what the small percentages are. So in regards to the ARPA funding, we did get childcare and development block grant, 31,374,517. We also on RPA childcare stabilization fund, 49 million. The low income home energy assistance, 1.8 million. The water assistance program, low income home energy water system program, 2.3 million. The pandemic emergency assistance, 8 million. The Indian Health Services did provide our Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families, 601,000. And then through the BIA 638, which is for Department of Family Services and the Navajo Family Assistance Services, is 3.5 million. So ARPA direct funding is 97 million, $45,692. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gishi. Could you put that in an additional summary sheet for the committee's information and distinction? Honorable Slater, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you. So on page 275 of Budget Form 1, list the child care development funding. Can you walk through what that funds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank you, Delegate Slater, for that question on the child care ARPA funding. I do have Ms. Sylvia Tyler, who can provide that response, or her senior accountant, Rayanne Macheba. Sylvia or Rayanne, can you provide that specific answer, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Sylvia. I'll defer that to Rayanne.
Ms. Gishi, who did you call on to do that presentation?
Hello, this is Rayanne Matiba from Child Care and Development Program. I know you were questioning the ARPA funding that we had received. Could you repeat your question?
Honorable Slater, your question.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, or is it too far away from the microphone?
I think you were a little bit too far. That's why I couldn't understand what your question was.
Okay, so I'm on page 2 of 75, and it shows, actually, I think this is mislabeled. It says General Funds Office of the Executive Director. Sorry, never mind. That's not the mislabeled part. But on the left where it says funding sources, and it shows the Child Care Development Fund funding sources, can you walk through the programming activities that you perform with these different funding sources, and then discuss the plans that you have for the 49 million that you got under ARPA? Is this money that goes toward the centers that we were just discussing, or is it to a broader set of programming? Just please refresh my memory and the committee's memory.
Sure, not a problem. For the fundings that we receive, we have received actually 4 different types. This past year, we received our regular funding, which is annual. We use that for regular administrative purposes, operating for direct services. with that, majority of the admin costs are going to be covering the IDC. And then whatever is available up to 15% will be on admin expenses. The remaining will be used on all other direct services, which is our personnel and usual operating expenses. This past year, we've also received the CARES Act money, which we geared mostly toward PPE for not only our staff, but for providers as well. We've pretty much purchased a lot of items that could be used to promote a safer environment for our children at the child care centers, as well as our casework centers and our administration office. With that, we've also received the Corona Response Relief Act funds. We are using that pretty much in the same respect, whatever is not covered under the CARES Act, because we only received about 6 million under CARES. And then I believe another 18 million under the CRISA funds, the Corona Response Relief Act funds. So we're using that to cover any other expenses for mitigating the virus. And then in addition to that, we've received 2 types of ARPA fundings. One for, let's see, I don't remember the specific title, CDC. And that one was in the amount of, we received one for 31 million and then another funding amount for 41 or 49 million. 49 million. The $31 million, I was trying to get clarification from funding source, Region 9, if we could use that to put toward construction purposes, construction funds, so that we can replace a lot of our old buildings, which a lot of modular buildings we have out there are from purchased since 2000 or not 1999. So our buildings, our modular buildings are pretty much fully depreciated and are in need of major construction. I believe previous program manager 2, delegated program manager 2, Selena Curley, is working on the construction. So hopefully we should have that situated by next year. And then the 49 million I set aside for a majority of it, we can use, I think about 8%. We can use some funds for other facilities that are not under the Navajo Nation program. So sort of like a subrecipient program. We can provide that, and we are working with our funding source to get a little bit more guidance on how that process would work so that we're not running into any issues with our subrecipients when that comes around. We also need to make sure it's included in our tribal plan. So that needs to be amended. And then the other portion of it is going to go toward helping a lot of our providers who need a lot of assistance in their homes, upgrades, be it additional items needed to promote a healthy environment for the children that they watch. We're trying to upgrade a lot of the toys, a lot of stuff for the kids so that they have a little bit more interaction in those homes. So in a nutshell, that's sort of what we are trying to push forward with the program. But like I said, we just need a little bit more guidance in the subrecipient area. Does that clear up your question?
Yes, on the in-home side, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
I'm sorry?
Services you provide?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Sure, we need like a little thing where this can like elevate and move from speaker to speaker. You mentioned something about in-home services with the ARPA funding potentially. Can you elaborate on that a little further?
Sure. Some of our
I didn't
providers
really-
don't have, I guess, we have providers who are like family members to the children, and some are not really up to par, as so to speak, for a child care center to provide the services that they need. So some may need like wash basins for the children to keep their hands clean, hand sanitizer dispensers, also washers and dryers if they need it. Some are still working off of wood burning stoves. So we would like to try and help them to, I guess, upgrade their heating and cooling systems, as well as their water utilities. So that's pretty much sort of the plan that we have. We already have private providers that we work with now. And that's just some of the concerns that have come to our attention. I believe Casework does do some site visits. So we kind of get information from them and try to work with our caseworkers to give us more information on what types of areas we can help them as far as funding goes.
And then, is there an expiration date for your ARPA funding, or do you get to keep it forever?
No, we have expiration dates on all of our funding. So for the ARPA funding, we are in the first year of obligation. The 49 million is a 3-year period that we have our funding for, and the 31 million is a 4-year period. Everything else is pretty much 3 years. So FY20, K20 business units, we are in the 2nd year of obligation. Beginning October 1st, we'll be in liquidation period, and that'll be the final year.
Okay, this might be more of a question for Director Neswagishi, but what is the division doing to sort of streamline the provisioning of services to people? Like, if you have an in-home care provider, you know, can they also automatically qualify for LIHEAP if they meet X, Y, and Z? Or, you know, sort of creating a universal portal or application process, or consolidating the data on the back end to just get resources out to people in a more streamlined fashion. Is there anything being contemplated on that end right now? And then going beyond that, you mentioned the direct services, the direct funding to programs under ARPA, but is social services going to be submitting a request for expenditure, or, you know, request for funding under the fiscal relief fund money?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Sylvia, can you mute your screen again? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair Slater, for the question for clarification. And so we are working with, we do have a LIHEAP Cares portal. So anyone can apply directly online, not where they have to print applications and whatnot. For the example is for LIHEAP Cares Act. So we're coordinating, we're doing outreach, not just within our office, but as well as we've had meetings with DCD, where we're working with the ASCs. And so we've done presentations by Ms. Rosalind Begay to those entities. So we are working more collaboratively, as well as working with the Department of Health. Example are the CHR. So we're trying to have those individuals who are out there as well to work with families to see, identify if there's need of low income home energy assistance. And then we also are looking at our community service block grant. So we are working collaboratively, not with just within a division, but with other departments and entities. And we're also working more, doing more outreach with our new communication manager as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, anybody else? Honorable Slater, go ahead, you have the floor.
I'm good.
Okay, good. Committee members? Any additional questions? I have several more, but okay. Committee members, so we'll do some revisits on Wednesday or Thursday, depending on the progress of the other visits that are ahead of Division of Social Services. So with that, committee members, does anybody have any concluding statements? If not, Honorable Slater.
Ms. Nesbitt-Vichy, and to all your staff, thank you for all the work you do. I think that any way either your division could take the lead more broadly across the government, or specific just to the services you provide, but creating, generating more data on like what people's needs are and building a database to account for those needs for the citizens and the constituents we serve on the reservation would be really helpful, so that if we keep it up to date, we can be more proactive in tailoring our programs and getting funding out the door. I just see that you have a lot of programs that on their face are disparate, but are influenced by income and some other factors, where if you're collecting this data once and we know it, we shouldn't need to be collecting it again for a different program. So we don't need to dwell on specifics now, but it's me encouraging you to explore that concept. And then second, on the shelter side, this is maybe not directly related to your general funds budget, but when it comes to ARPA and some of the other big picture things the nation is contemplating right now, what can we do to construct more shelters and housing for women and families experiencing domestic violence on the reservation and adjacent to it? And I think, if you received some plus-ups in your direct funding from the federal government, that'd be great if it could go toward programming. But could we work together to do expenditure plan or capital expenditure plan? Pardon me, sorry. For that purpose. We know that the housing situation on Navajo contributed to the transmission of the coronavirus in a really intense way. And then you add in an exacerbating factor, had nowhere else to go but needed to escape a violent situation and an abusive situation. So I know housing isn't necessarily your cup of tea, but I think there's a way to be creative, and I think the committee would be invested in working with you on trying to tie those two things together, temporary housing or maybe semi or medium-term housing for people who may qualify, and then the sort of support services that are needed for individuals and families that are experiencing those situations. Maybe we can revisit that at another time, but if you can start thinking about that, I know I will at least be approaching you on that subject. Thank you.
catch, or tell us, one of us later, good, good summary, conclusion to our discussion. Okay, committee members. Fukushima, going forward, that concludes this portion of the Division of Social Services budget hearing. And just Miss Angelita Benali, I don't know if Miss Michelle Morris is still on the line. We sure need the Department of Health budget book.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm here.
Yes, Ms. Morris.
Yes,
can
sir.
you bring the Department of Health's budget book up here? Is
Okay.
it ready? And we just need the copies.
Okay, I'll get with our accountants and Dr. Jim and let them know to deliver that today. Or as soon as possible.
As soon as possible, because some of us already got our foot out the door.
Okay, sir, I'll pass the message along.
Okay, Miss Angelita Benali, do you have any, I guess, I don't want to say housekeeping, but do you have anything that you need to highlight to the committee going forward?
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, no, just Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to be doing revisits. And it is going to be a special meeting where the committee is going to be considering 6 legislations that are ready for the committee to take action on regarding the budget. So they'll also be doing that, and we'll, get them on their way over to as a recommendation or a reference to the Budget and Finance Committee as exhibits.
Okay, and what day do we have scheduled to adopt the legislation? And that would have to be a committee meeting instead of a hearing.
Yes, it would have to, it's going to be a special meeting on Wednesday, August 11th, and on Thursday, if we need it, August 12th. And
Okay.
preferably, we like to get all of the legislations adopted and passed by the HES committee so that legislative staff can work on the resolutions and committee reports and have it go on its way to through the legislative tracking process and then on to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay. So the legislation, the committee report may not be, we might not be able to sign off on it until the 16th. Would that be all right?
Probably not. I would try to sign off on the resolutions and the committee reports no later than the 12th.
So that means I have to come back in on the 12th? Okay.
Do you need to be somewhere on?
No.
Or you could assign another committee member who is going to be physically present in Window Rock and have them sign off on the resolutions if you're not available, Mr. Chair.
I understand we're going to have a new Code Talker exhibit at the museum. I'll combine those two efforts. I want to see the exhibit as well as I'll sign the committee reports and the legislation at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Thank you for keeping us on track. Okay, with Ayla? And Ms. Benali, I can't recall, has that request to move the regular meeting of the 18th to the 16th for the committee, has that also been signed off on?
Right now, I have to still do the agenda for that meeting. And I will be doing that, and I'll have it for you by tomorrow.
Okay, but yeah, just send it.
Okay,
The
thank you.
other, do we have to request a special meeting for Thursday, the morning portion?
No, I have the letters, the meeting requests written up. I have, but I'm going to be sending it to the speaker's office. I can send it within the next 30 minutes for the 11th and 12th. And I'll be sending you the agenda again to review, and then I can post it probably by this evening.
Okay, sounds good. Committee members, any other comments, questions, discussion? So at this point in time, we'll adjourn this budget. Thank you.